All right, story time. Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good day that ends in Y. Hi, everybody. It's Friday. We made it, boat. I'm proud of you all. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine. I'm having a pretty nice Friday. Spent the morning doing a little light work. And then we had Hanami for the office. So I deigned to not go just because I felt like I needed some time to myself. It was one of those times where it's like, yeah, I mean, seeing the flowers is great and all, and it was a gorgeous day. Like it was like 17 all day. So it was beautiful. It was sunny. You know, I'm sure I would have had a good time, but like for me, it's just like, you know, I didn't really feel like needing to go out there and get drunk with a bunch of my coworkers and stuff like that. I'm sure I'm wishing everyone had a great time though, don't get me wrong, but just like, I felt like, you know, I kind of just feel like I want to be by myself today for the most part. And so I did. Not, you know, but you know, I always look forward to streaming. I always look forward to Friday night, especially lately, like with Phoenix Friday and all that. It's been kind of fun, kind of just going through this and all that. But so my day wasn't too much. I got up, went to work, did a couple things, filed a couple papers, checked a couple PRs, did a couple of meetings. Then I had lunch with my team. We went down to this Okinawan place. Okinawan place was fine. I had hamburger with an egg. They had some karaage. I had a couple pieces of a karaage, some soup, some rice, and yeah, that was it. You know, I feel like I should be in retrospect being like, you know, I did have a goal this week to be like, try not to eat too much meat. I don't think I did a very good job. It was mostly just because like when I was going out with teammates and stuff, it's like there's every player I go, there's not a lot of vegetarian places. It's not that you can't find vegetarian meals or like vegan places, but they are fewer and more far between than you might realize in Japan. Sushi and fish and stuff like that are fine, but the Japanese, they do like their fried food and they like their meat. So it's a bit of a give and take there, right? I didn't do everything bad, you know. Got some salad, had kale salad, sushi. I thought I did some things, and I've been exercising more. I'm actually gonna go running tomorrow to keep this streak of twice a week alive. I want to go tonight. I would have gone today, but just like, you know, the thing is like, I'm probably gonna take a big walk and like do some stuff my own way. I didn't really do that. I came home and like just did some chores, but I figured we'll do that anyway. But yeah, I'm looking forward to, I don't know. Next week will be a little bit more haphazard for me, Bo. I got a couple things I gotta do. So like Thursday, we might, depending on things, I might be a little late to Thursday and Monday. So I might consider like if I'm just gonna have a shorter week and just do the Friday and Saturday. And I don't think I can even do Saturday. Yeah, no, I think Saturday, unfortunately, we're gonna have a 3-day week of boat streams, unfortunately. I'm sure I'll make up the time later, but like, yeah, I got a lot of things coming up next week that I kind of got to take care of. I'm gonna go to the immigration office. One of my friends is having a birthday. I'm actually thinking about like maybe going out tomorrow or Sunday to get their birthday present. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on my calendar tomorrow. Your boy is gonna be busy. But yeah, either way, I think that'll be fun. Oh yeah. I got that, and I have, didn't I not put this on? I better put that on my calendar. Yeah, Thursday's booked. I got Friday. Did I have the night? Do I have it correct? Sorry, let me check this real quick. Now I'm being paranoid. Sorry, but now it's on my mind. I gotta make sure I got it here. April the 5th. April the 5th. April the 5th is April the 5th. Okay, so April the 5th is a Sunday. All right. I'll trust the computer to know what day of the week it is more than me. So I guess maybe we will have Saturday. Hooray. All right. Well, with that out of the way, I think we're good to just kind of like get things going. What do you say, Boat? Shall we go back to court? After all, we got a lot of things we gotta do today. Case 5, we're kind of in the middle of the investigation. And we'll see what happens, but let me get in there real quick. It was this one, Arise from the Ashes. I can tell because this is chapter 5. Right, all right, so last time when we kicked off here, we were kind of in the middle of the investigation. I was trying to figure out, like, first of all, we have a dead body, and this turns out it wasn't Edgeworth this time. Our client is Lana Sky, and we've been hired by her sister, Emma, to basically represent her. Although she's basically said, I've confessed to the crime. I'm not going to give you any information. I've confessed. Go try and defend me if you dare. And then she like kind of turned into a bat and like flew off. It was really weird. I don't know why she didn't do that to escape jail to begin with, but I don't know. Maybe they thought like if I leave like that, they're gonna send the vampire hunter squad after me, and those guys, they have no chill. I don't know. But the point was, we're kind of in the middle of the investigation, so this is what we got so far. We got the victim's ID. We got Edgeworth's knife, which is apparently the murder weapon, because our boyfriend just can't catch a break. The silly trophy, this parking stub, and the blue badger. Look at it. Does it autoplay? Oh, like, why did he tell me autoplay if it's not gonna let me do that? Anyway. Receipt from Dick Gumshoe allows Bear to investigate the crime scene. Okay, so we did get something from Gumshoe from our talks with him. We still can't go behind him, so I guess the next step would be go back to the parking lot and talk. Yeah, okay. Looks like we got everything here. All right. Well then, in that case, we have what we need, so let's go back to the parking lot and start the investigation today. February 22nd, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. All right. Me. Looks like the investigation's still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry. Looks I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here? Was that her? Why did I give her I'm sorry for giving you a male voice, Miss Angel. Miss Angel, I'm sorry. Oh, still here? Hello? Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Are you two-timing? Are you... Maybe they're in a polyamorous relationship. Anyway, what happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. I don't think I have a very convincing cowboy voice, but I'll try. You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Well, Mr. Marshall, can we talk? There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? He's sleeping. He's a sleepy Marshall. He's a sleepy Bambina. Or Bambino, I guess would be. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. All right, same thing. He just falls asleep. All right, I get the point. Hey, buckaroo. Hey, buckaroo. Take me. No, not present. Did I not present to him? I guess, oh right, it's E. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I'll warn you, fan letters to me go right to the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? That old cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it said, look, Where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah! I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. I reckon I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He is a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me... Hey, wait a sec! Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Tight welcome to our gold strike. Hi, Gally! Welcome in. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Sarsaparilla. Six-shooter. Get along, little doggies. Other Western stereotypes I can think of. Also, manifest destiny, I think you might, if I had to make a light criticism, you might want to take that manifest destiny one out. That's just me, maybe. Yeehaw. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Toss! We got the letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. All right. Well, Mr. Marshall, can we talk now? Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty dog in there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. Smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel, star. One stab to the chest. Fine piece of work. Marshall gives me a headache. This here's the autopsy report. One knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4. Within an hour. As in, you mean like that's like the error margin of error or something like that? Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. 7 stream. Wow, that's a lot of streams. Thanks, Gally. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Yeah, saw you in Frosty's stream earlier. Frosty was having fun. I had a good time watching Frosty, but then again, I always do. Anyway, good to see you, Gally. Welcome in. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So, there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. You're one to talk, patrolman. That's one reason why I didn't do much work with the chief prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a I didn't think the T would get me that quickly. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout high noon. It's high noon. I had her Steam on my headphones while I was ball-to-wall busy. Yeah, she had a good time. She was playing Zelda today. I hope Frosty had a great time. I was enjoying watching her. I feel like with games like that, like Zelda and stuff, it's like the urge to backseat from the audience is so hard. It's like with same with like Pokemon. I've seen it on like Pokemon streams. I've seen it on like Zelda streams. I've seen it on a lot of different streams because, you know, it's coming from a place of like, some of it's coming from a place of wanting to be helpful, but other parts of it are immediately coming from a place of, hey, I know something you don't, nah, 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 nah. Something like that, right? But I would have been like that when I would have been like that before. Because like that Zelda game in particular, Wind Waker in particular, even though I think it's my favorite of the Zeldas, Wind Waker does do a lot of things differently than other games, the other Zeldas. So like Ocarina of Time didn't have half as many mechanics or like little neato things you can do with the physics that Wind Waker did. So it's like, it's not as intuitive. Like with Frosty doing like the mechanics with like the command song and everything like that, or like trying to learn how to use the grappling hook and stuff. Like, that's a lot of new mechanics that are introduced in Wind Waker that I think a lot of people don't necessarily remember. Like, back in the day, like, no one knew how to use that shit, you know. But anyway, I'm glad she's having a good time. And I see she rated out to Ivy. Ivy's a good bean. She's cool. I've listened to Ivy a little bit. Anyway, let's get back to our stream and our case. Marshall! I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just showing our hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cowdog. Can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth. Edgeworth? That cowdog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Interesting. And someone apparently has a grudge against Edgeworth as well for this. Anyway, I'm guessing we have permission to examine the crime scene now. This guy definitely stabbed the victim. You think so? He's got the knife for it. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon, but thank you for believing in me and running a hamburger stand. B block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland cart over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it. You'll be fine. I mean, listen, everyone likes a good steak. I mean, everyone I know likes a good steak. I can't blame them. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. Well, some of them. I imagine, like, executives do. Not all attorneys are making bank, but then again, lawyers in general get paid pretty well. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look! Something's written on it. 675-12-2. You're right. Let's see. 7S. 7S. 12-2. I just thought that was like a 5 done like written in haste or something. 7S. 12-2. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self: for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. Hey! Listen, you don't get to talk to me like that. No, I am a respectable defense attorney. You will treat me with the respect I deserve. Anyway, he got the knife and mentioned Edward a couple times. Plus, he's not a detective, so he could have been demoted for anything like improper. Maybe. Possible. I don't know, Gally. We'll find out. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Yeah, it's called, like, having to put the pieces together, Emma. It's like, what are you expecting, like some kind of Sherlock Holmes? Like, I have a brilliant deduction. I know immediately everything about this note. This rope. Is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. Well, maybe Gumshoe, but like, Emma kind of dumb. She's in 11th grade though. She's in 11th grade. She's allowed to be stupid. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. Oh, really? There's really brilliant deduction there, science. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Can't hurt. Right. Let's check it out. Oh! Here we go. I get to... Again, I saw this before. Like, this is the weirdest, like, set of controls for this, I think, I've seen. Like, why HNBM? That's a really strange, set. Okay, so we got the clasp. We got the strap. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. I'd probably have a boring strap myself, but you know, that's just me. Or maybe I'd have something of like a Nikkei strap. Maybe if I go to the pop-up store this weekend, because I'm gonna be out anyway, maybe I'll go to the pop-up store and check out a Nikkei strap. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright, most phones keep a record of all the calls you've been made and received. True. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know things of like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's just check this phone out. Oh God. If I hit the button. So what happens if I hit the button? Beep. Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, but he just pushes the button. Hey, that song. I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look. Last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing the call or something. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that. Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was just my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Wrong number. Good bluff, Phoenix. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. They shoot you for a lot of things in Texas. Lying, accusing people of not being good at their job, tax evasion, shooting other people. You know, they got a lot of those kind of laws in Texas. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Cell phone added to court record. Is the implication there that that's Edgeworth? Is that the implication there? Because Edgeworth has that ringtone, if I remember right. Can I examine it more? Like, what happens if I go into it again? Can I go into it again? You always gotta look down at me because of this microphone's in the way. All right, anything else here? Got the strat. There's no need to push this again. What's wrong? You look like you look like I do during finals. Never mind. It's nothing. All right. Well, I guess with that, we're done. We got this phone. What can I do with this information? Marshall. Marshall! Maybe I can talk to Edgeworth? Oh, never mind. He is gone. He is gonzo. Why am I still re-examining things? All right. These are all case files. They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. But the shelves already packed super tight like that. What's the prosecutor gonna do when they get new files? Splendid, Mr. Wright. What an unusual observation. I think that was a compliment. I think. Jury's still out. A chessboard. I'm not too up to my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His hair's kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Yeah, I know, but isn't the point to surround the king? Not the pawn? A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. I'd prefer not to have to look at myself while I work. I'm too handsome. All right, nothing there. What an amazing bouquet. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. And here beside it, a giant steel samurai. I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Is the prosecutor in this office named Wendy? I don't think so. Okay, so... I already did this. So why does it let me do all of this again? Cashmere, Italian leathering, silk ruffles, turquoise buttons, and a gold thread collar. I'm guessing it's worth around $5,000. $5,000? Speaking of which, your suit would be about... That's enough of that. I don't need my life for praise, thank you very much. You ain't touching me. Girl, I look good in this blue suit and this red tie. Just because I can't afford $5,000 handmade tailor suit. You don't get to judge me. Is there anything else? Oh, I didn't notice this. I surely should have asked him. Lana Sky. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. Prospector tomorrow's none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate's decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall! Yeah, Bambina. How can you say that? You and my sister... You were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, till he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't wrestle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. Are you saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was the closest to Edgeworth? Hi, BB. Welcome in. And thanks for the boat. I appreciate it. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I don't know. I'm going to put us at like a win probability of 20%. I guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing that's bothering me still is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee she's not the criminal. Oh, well, that settles it. We'll just go into court tomorrow, and judge will be like, "Is the defense ready, Mr. Wright?" And we'll take, "One moment, Your Honor. You just gotta listen to this like a 15-year-old girl." It's like, "Yes, what is it?" She's like, my sister didn't do it, Your Honor." They'll be like, "Oh, well, why did you say so earlier? Case dismissed. Prosecution is done. You can go home now." How old is she again? She's 16, right? An 11th grader. I guess 11th grade. Yeah, that sits. Well, good. All right, here we go. By the way, Emma? Yeah? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. I know that song that your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. All right, so she called the sister at 5:18. All right. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Well, to be continued. As in, to be continued right now. I didn't realize it was that close to the save point. God, I always pick bad places to stop. Anyway, save your progress up to this point. Yes, please. Trial former, day 2. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby, number 2. Number 2. Hey. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of, gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome, I am ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. Boom! You're a defendant! Gotcha again! Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Feels appropriate because I'm wearing my wrestling shirt to do a cactus jack. Bang bang! Anyway. You're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Thank you. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. Mia, I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be there with you the whole way. Thanks, Emma. You know, that does help. I'll have a support assistant attorney in there anyway. 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Rabble, 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 rabble! Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution. has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. Weird audio glitch there. I hope that personal feelings will not be part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. Hmm? You mean like how much you're in love with me and how much we kiss each other after the courts? Rabble, 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 rabble. Order, order, order. The romantic life of these two is irrelevant to the case. Order, I will have order. I would choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is not in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I should probably be a little bit more like dramatic. In the prosecutor's parking lot. Something like, I gotta do that. He's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen. I'm Miss Angel Starr. Haven't I seen you here before, somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh man, that's a lot of caviar. Ho ho! Caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. I mean, caviar is okay. A little salty sometimes, but it's okay. Ah, and for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. What did you put on that? Is it just rice with sprinkles? Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? Ah, this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm still not finished eating. Can someone get me some tea for this caviar? Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. And what exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Aha! I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up? Cough up, Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep the visitors from taking up the prosecutor's spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. You know, one thing I wanted to ask, which is kind of weird, is like, how does anyone get out of lot A? If both of these are open, like, how does anyone get out of there? That would be a hell of a park job. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife
and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot.
And who was this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Your Honor.
Parking lot floor plans added to the court record. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor.
It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
If you can, then give him the worst, mister. Whose side are you on, Judge? God dang it, he got bribed. He got bribed by that caviar lunch. Give him your worst, mister. Wait, are they talking about me? Are they talking about me? Hi, Lurvin. Welcome in. Thanks for the boat. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. How you doing? Witness's account.
Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend.
One or two.
When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work.
This lady's got a bit of an ego, don't she? This lady's got a little bit of an ego. Oh, that's a face of a murder. That's a good murder face right there. Like, I'm gonna kill you, or I'm gonna stab you.
Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching.
As you can see, there is no room for doubt.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed?
I'm still thinking about that.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright.
A flesh wound? You're very brave, Sir Knight, but the fight is mine. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. All right. I'm gonna probably have to press a lot of things because I don't know what the contradiction is. But it's very tight.
I always knew a day like this would come.
What do you mean? What do you mean about that? How did you know?
I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy.
Thank you.
The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted.
Damn! Edgeworth with the shade! Damn!
She's like, bitch, you don't even go here no more.
Or something like that.
Given that they're used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr? Do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Laid off? She was fired.
To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless, despite that piece of shit in the shitty coat over there.
Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr.
One of your boyfriends. This boyfriend, he's the detective. Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
But that boyfriend? You have several.
Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, the other boyfriend.
Dang, she getting around.
Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Way to stay faithful there, Judge.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying.
Emma, don't do him dirty like that. We're already up shit creek. You don't need to be getting the judge off on it. Don't need to be turning the judge against us like that, Emma.
The security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like... how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. What? Bo, does anyone know what she's talking about? I have no idea what that means. Me neither. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. Uh-huh. I can't wait to see where this metaphor is going. Young cheese. A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth. Wasn't it? Indeed, it was. Rabble, 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 rabble! What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you're sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? I'm like, did you not see that? Like, I got a 4 kill streak so far with prosecutions. I'm 4-0, baby. What you got? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. Not awesome possum. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. Hello, awesome, not awesome possum. Welcome in, welcome in. I will not fry you like a fritter, awesome possum. Oh no. She's angry. She's giving us that cold stare. I want to cosplay Angel so bad. Well, I don't blame you. I think the hardest part would be the onigiri hat, maybe? Possibly. Anyway. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging around your neck. Witness, why am I only sitting this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo added to the court record. Uh-oh. That is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Was she? I'm gonna press, but I don't think that's true anymore with that new photo. Tell me more about the knife the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set.
You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person.
Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor.
So the defendant was holding a knife. What then?
As she thrusts the pointy tip of the knife into...
All right. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point.
Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late.
Too late?
Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon.
I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. White. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else?
Scientifically speaking, Mrs. Starr's testimony is flawless.
Sounds pretty fatal to me.
What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty?
Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me feel calmer.
Don't smile like that!
So now that we've pressed everything, I'm trying to think about this. So my instinct or my thought was like, well, hold on. You said she was holding a knife. Well, we don't actually have a visual of her holding a knife here. There's no knife in this picture. So I see blood. I also see the chain link fence. So like, I feel like this is the part I need to press on. Because like, where's the knife? I don't see no knife. But before I do that, I'm gonna be a coward. Before I do that, I'm gonna be a coward and I'm gonna save the game. Because I'm usually bad at these. But I wanna try to solve it. Let's see here. Let's see, if I give you this photograph, are you gonna look at it and laugh?
Objection!
Oh, I was right. Objection! And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife.
As I've already said, yes.
I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. Gross. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. Also gross. Like, dude, like pureed salmon? Ugh. At least put it like on sushi, like slices of sashimi or something like that. Ugh. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. Damn! Oh, why has he roasted me? Oh, I should have never saved you from your... I never should have saved you from your childhood trauma if you're gonna be that mean to me, Edgeworth. Oh, that hurt. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection!
And how can you tell that?
Blood splatter.
See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph! Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood.
Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here.
No problem. Except you. Mr. Wright, are you just gonna sit here and take that kind of abuse? It's kind of their relationship, Emma. You get to understand it a little bit when you're older. You've got a better idea? I feel like I should argue. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime.
Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies.
That's it?
If you run out of lunch, you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-side lunch from the get-go.
Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice.
I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was premeditated murder!
Premeditated. How do you know?
Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph.
Well, are those gloves?
Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Now, why would she have those on?
If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Psychic damage. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation.
Premeditated murder. A serious offense.
Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Was that all that was added? Hi, Shizu. Holy shit. 12? Oh, that's a year. Holy shit. Thanks for the month, the 12 months. And thank you. And thank you for being here. Good morning. Also, you get a showboat. My first showboat, although technically you're a founder, but you also get the showboat. Thanks for, Shizu gets the showboat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Shizu. We're in court, as expected. Spider has huge what, Lair? Yes, continue your thought. We're going to an ad break, so I'll wait. Spider has huge. Yeah, I'm listening. Like the Hulk Hogan. Oh no, I do not have option to switch to showboat. Dang. I know, it's the stupid Twitch thing. Can I do it? I wonder if I can do anything with it. Can I help her with the beige? Nope, cannot. That's okay. It's okay. I still like that Shizu's one of our first founders. Huge Venom sex? That's what he meant. Also, with that in mind, we're gonna go to the ad break. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me tonight. Appreciate it. Oh man, views of course. She does have huge views. Wide tracts of land to view, of course, you know. That's all she meant. Oh man. Oh man. Man, I'm trying to hack it up, but it won't come out. I wonder how people who like yap for like hours and hours. I should ask Wool, like, hey Wool, do you have any techniques for yap? What is the proper techniques for yapping? Maybe I'll ask her one of these days. I need to learn how to yap from a yap sensei or something like that. And some people can go for hours and hours on end. Like people who are just chatters, professional just chatters. I'm like, I don't know how you guys do it without like coughing or sneezing or doing all this stuff, you know. Her rice balls are enormous. They sure are, Awesome Possum. I think during your collab, you were yapping the most. I guess in a way. I mean, the all those Australians were yapping a bit too, but yeah, I was trying to be. I hope I didn't come off too. I had a great time. I always do those collabs and I'm like, when I'm meeting a new person, like, am I being weird? Am I being too pushy? Am I being too much of a weirdo? You know, I think that's normal. I'm not the only person who probably goes through that, but I'm like, am I doing too much? Am I being a bit much? Because I don't want to, you got to be the right amount of much. You can't be too much. You can't be not enough. Not much. You can't be not much. You can't be too much. You got to be enough much. Does that make sense? I don't think I'm making any sense. I think I'm rambling a little bit. You know what? I think I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back while we wait for the ad break to run. Thanks everybody for hanging out, by the way. I appreciate it. I think I cleared the old throat. Ugh. So, anyway, just to catch up to everybody. So Shizu, just to let you know what you missed. So we just kind of finished the day one. Apparently, I had this weird habit where like, I'm like 10 to 20 minutes out from the checkpoint where I could save. So we did that. We talked to Patrolman Marshall, ma'am, and he gave us the skinny. He also let us know that all of the things that will get you shot in Texas, things like lying, disparaging people, shooting other people, a lot of things will get you shot in Texas. You know, it was kind of funny. So we did that. Oh, you know what? It's weird. Twitch's side says ads done, but in the stream chat, I guess it's behind or anything. Anyway, the point is we're back. He's from LA though. I know, right? Or Lost Janopolis. Anyway, lost in the homeless. Anyways, welcome back from break, everybody. All right, so we got this new piece of updated testimony. I should press it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It is the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got him thinking it was all planned. She can prove this claim. The trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. That's the third flesh wound tonight. I'm like bleeding. Like I got like blood. Like they're gonna need to patch me up. I might need stitches. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, her testimony is flawless. Ah, that sounds fatal. All right, so that's different. That's not any different. Hello, Emma. And the knife lines up with what she says. There's no prints, so if she was wearing gloves, that explains that. What would I do here? Trying to think about this, but this is hard. So like the claim is like she knew what to do because she had gloves. I don't have anything that disproves that statement, I think. Let me look at this photograph again. Why wouldn't the gloves have blood on them or anything? Maybe? I'm trying to think about that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But like, if she stabbed them, why are there no blood on the gloves or anything? Why did it get on her shirt? Why did it get on the trench coat and not her? Did I save it? Let me save it real quick. Where's the coat? That's another good question. What happened to the coat? All right, we're gonna save real quick. I don't know the answer. I gotta think about this one a little bit. All right. My first thought is present the photo again because that's the only thing I can think of. Objection! No. No objection there. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow. It clearly contradicts, I thought. Bitch, no. You don't sound very convinced, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled. I don't think that won me points with the judge. It's got to be something on this testimony. If it's not the photo, what could it be? I'm a little stumped. Maybe the cell phone, because she did try to make a call with her. If it's premeditated, I guess, like, if I'm thinking about it, if I was premeditated, why would I call my sister? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Objection! No? Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. Try to think before you make accusations was right. I'm trying, but it's thinking's hard, Your Honor. Let's see. Trying to think here. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves proved it. What did she say when I pressed it? Driving gloves. Edgeworth says they were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves. Got to think of a way that showed this wasn't premeditated. Okay. How do I show it wasn't premeditated? What else could be potentially show that, like, this wasn't premeditated murder? I thought, like, maybe it's that. I can't present anything but what's in case other than case evidence. Is it possible to collect insufficient evidence? No, I don't think so, Lair. I don't think the game will soft lock you. The game will require you to pick up everything you need for court before it allows you to get to court. So I don't think there's anything. We have we have what we need to answer it, but I just don't know how to put the pieces together. That's all. What's the note for? You mean this one? Victim's memo found in the car trunk. This is in the car trunk and it's by the victim, Mr. Goodman, because that's at the top of the page. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. Why was it premeditated? Why wasn't it premeditated? That's the thing I've got to try and prove here. I might have to just start brute forcing it. So it wasn't the phone. It wasn't that. It wasn't that case. It wasn't the plot. Well, hold on. Why was it premeditated? Maybe the idea is, if it was premeditated, why would she do it right where the security guard could see her? Objection! Nope, that's not it. I'm glad I saved. I might have to just I might just have to brute force this a little bit. I'm stumped. Looked like I saved. Wasn't that? Was it the knife? It's the knife? Why is it the knife? I thought, because the knife didn't have any prints on it. So I'm like, well, that sets up with the gloves, but. Oh, wait. I think I know what he's going to say, because it's Edgeworth's knife. And it was found in the car. Unless, like, she knew that Edgeworth was going to have the knife in the car. How could that be premeditated? That's probably that's probably the link there. That makes sense. Witness, do you know what this is? As I stab her in the throat with it. Are you trying to test me? I said I sell lunchboxes for the living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. Rabble, 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 rabble. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there? The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We asked the witness to provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Ugh. Ooh, that got her. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? Huh? Right? Please clap. Order! 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 Great, now the tide's turning into our favor. Thank you, Shizu, for the clap. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. We're working on that. Naughty boy. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is a humble pie. Good one, Edgeworth. Sorry. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Damn, he's in my head. Get out of my brain, Edgeworth. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. Oh. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear more of your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw and not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? I think she's a little ticked off. That's a good thing. Angel's deduction. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? Yes, Emma. Yes. That's exactly the logic. In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. You kill the pizza law guy, you're done. He's done. Note to self, don't let Emma order pizza delivery. Anyway. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. Hold it! You've said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie! I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Rookie. Never interrupt the storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, all right? It's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. God, with a 1-2. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. Hold it! You have no proof Miss Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There is no record of a call made on the defendant, Miss Lana Skye's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim maimed to the prosecutor's office where she was murdered.
I'm sure he has a reason to be there. Witness? Why do you think it was the suspect who... Oh God, I'm having trouble with this. Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Hold it! What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because you didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? Hopefully food. The way you presented it made me think like a bomb or poison. There's not poison in there, is there? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree there's a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? Twisted and slightly salty? Like, God, my brain hurts. I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. I think I see the flaw in her testimony, but... A human machine? That's a contradiction! Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's eyes smell like citrus fruit. How do you smell that all the way from here? What? Huh? How do you smell that from here? Emma? You say again and again. How many times did she stab him, exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? Well, how come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times. Leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people! Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick would burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Right, that's what we're missing there. Okay, the interface, I wish it would let me go back and forth, but right now I can only go forward, so it always puts me at the back of the line. Anyway, I think the idea is to use the autopsy report, because there was only one knife wound. I think. It feels like a slam dunk. It feels like a gimme at this point. Let's see. Objection! I was right. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. Angel, it's green. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due from a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk! He's my hero, really! My objection. No one noticed? Poor Phoenix. Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now, I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from the victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify! Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Muffler? Lies beget lies. I don't see no muffler. Chat, Boat, I don't see no muffler. She got no scarf.
She ain't got no scarf. She's got one now, but like, she ain't got one now. She ain't got one in that photo. I think she's a big fat liar. I think Miss Star is a big fat phony. I think this is a big fat phony. Objection! God, after I got the knife, I'm on a roll all of a sudden. Miss Star, I demand an explanation.
The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. Edgeworth, quit stealing my thunder.
What?
The suspect was not wearing a scarf or a muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph.
Huh? But that can't be!
Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life.
Damn, Edgeworth is savage. He is savage with the insults.
Just mean, you're stupid, and you smell funny. Got him, edgy.
Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection, chop liver? I'm just apparently you know what? I don't even need to be here. You know what? You guys just have fun you guys have fun just lavishing Edgeworth with attention. But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really.
Well now, where were we? Ah, yes, the witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business.
What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and you apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony.
The most important part?
The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be the moment of truth.
Dun dun dun.
Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition off to the side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me. Angel Star. Cobras are snakes. I don't mean to be like I'm not a professional zoologist or anything like that, but pretty sure cobra is a snake. That's me, Angel Star.
That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind. That's what I'm saying, Phoenix.
Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten.
No thanks.
Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites.
Yeah. Correct, but I'm pretty sure that would qualify for a lot of people. You know, I'm moving on.
The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum.
An oil drum? Hard to imagine.
Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will.
All right, let's just press everything. So where's this partition on the floor plan? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car.
That's right.
There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot.
Okay. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect?
As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time.
Maybe I should press her for more details. I think so. Because something's rubbing me the wrong way about that.
I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here?
That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Star?
Yes, that's right.
But there was a chain link fence in front of you.
I went over it, of course.
Amazing! The cough-up queen lunch lady athlete, indeed.
It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast.
Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. It's a bit of a climb, but you could doable. At first, I thought that the fence was like... Well, I was going like, did that fence have like a gap, a clearing over it? Have a clearing? I guess it does. It would still take a little bit of time for someone to get up and over. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Good question.
Ah, yes. She mentioned the muffler.
She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say?
If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony.
Cheeky. A little bit of cheek.
Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler.
Just that one word.
So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone.
Her phone?
She can't mean...
By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene?
Yes, ultimately.
Ultimately?
My memory... It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see.
Great. Okay, I can't wait to see where this metaphor goes. No, the court does not see, Miss Star.
The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
On the wall?
That's right.
Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall.
Apparently it was out of order.
And so she used her cell phone.
Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order on the day.
Good witnessing, witness.
Good witnessing?
What has ever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony.
The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use the cell instead. The chief prosecutor made her escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
She made to escape. Can you be more specific?
She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pate of foie gras.
Huh?
She even kicked over an oil drum at me.
An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime.
But it's strange.
What's that?
If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way?
The other... Ah! The parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drum.
Excellent! More mysteries!
I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though.
So Miss Sky tried to run.
I'm sorry my sister's so suspicious, Mr. Wright.
Not as sorry as I am.
But she didn't do it. You have to believe me.
So that's the one that showed up here.
So what we've been able to establish is like... What we've been able to establish there is that like she, according to Angel, she went up and over the fence, found Miss Sky on the other side of the partition, who thought she could hide. I don't know why she'd think that. Thought she could hide, got caught, tried to use the phone, then used her cell phone, said muffler, and run. That's the order of events per her testimony, but... How would she have done that in the span of like a couple minutes? Also, doesn't this also play back to like the premeditated thing? Like, if she was gonna call somebody, does that make it premeditated still? The parking stub also makes me think something like, why is the parking stub there? Hour and a half. I think that's in the window. I think with all of the information here, I think think the idea is to show on the floor plan what happened. I'm gonna save real quick. We're half dead, but we're only mostly dead. Anyway. They've been making a big deal about the floor plan. I feel like this is the thing to object to. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias, even though I hate it. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. All right, everybody, gather around. We're looking at some more photographs. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that is true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making the phone call. That's true. She did mention that. I forgot. Because if she ran around, but like, how did she know she tried to use the phone? How did she know she even had the cell phone? I forgot about that detail. My instinct was correct. I didn't realize that was the thing. My instinct was like, well, they're making a big fuss about the floor plan. I feel like that's the only thing that's plausible as a contradiction. It's like, oh, well, that does make a lot of sense. I got to pay more attention to what she's saying. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. But, Rebel, rebel, rebel! Order, order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. Gah. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... Hold on. All right. What did she lie about what she saw? This is gonna cost me points. I think, maybe? I'm trying to think. Where she saw it could be a possibility. The order of events, I don't know enough about that. It's one of these two, I think. I think it's what she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Skye using the emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. Okay, so we're going with the obvious lie. I thought you were talking about like the whole witness testimony about the stabbing and stuff. All right, we're just going with what we know. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. You ordered the patooey on rice, right? Patooey? Also, that's watermelon. What do you mean patooey? Mr. Wright, I thought you had something here. One more try. I see it in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you, naughty boy? Tell us exactly what this witness has told the court. I can't afford to get this wrong a second time because I'm out of life. I think it's the where. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it'd be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. As we established after picking it the first time. I figured that out first try. And no other reason. pointless to lie. I see. Hi, HV. Welcome in. Thanks for the vote. But say the witness actually did see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we heard for now points in one direction. The place where Miss Star witnessed this crime was here. The only place she could have witnessed, if she says what she did, the phone and the stabbing, the only place she could have done that is here. This is the only place she could have been. A security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony, you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security room, yes? Well, Miss Star? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Star. Rabble, 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 rabble! Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better! I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty... Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright? Doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. If it was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Think he's talking to me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Okay. Miss Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block, and there's also a photograph from that angle. It must make a vital difference. But what? What would change? Well, the angle would change. The angle of the view to the crime. Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station's on the second floor, and, she would have sort of more of a 3D view of the crime? And this is important. Why? Am I about to get dinged? I'm getting dinged. Perhaps you'd like to reconsider, Mr. Wright. Nope, I'm doomed! Oh, no! That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. I don't know why I went English. Prolong the trial. The defense has failed to give the court sufficient reason to doubt the prosecution's claim. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. I dinged it. The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That's all. Court's adjourned. Rabble, rabble, rabble! I fucked up. What do you mean saving content? Who gave you permission to do that? All right, we're going back in. All right, I gotta be really careful here. So this was the one I picked. All right, so we saved here. All right. So we did this, we proved this. Can I fast forward a bit? Yeah, we did all this. Ba, 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 ba. I don't think there's a fast forward button. Keep objecting, Veggie. And then we proved this. So she was there at the security room. Okay, so if it wasn't the angle, what else could they be thinking about here? Let me get back to there. Yeah, so Emma brings up a good point that, like, but why does the photograph still stand? All right, me, what was the reason? So why would she do this? Okay, so let's review. We've proven that she has there. We also know that she was here. She lied about B block. She was in the security room, and we also have a photo. If it wasn't the angle, I don't think the lighting is the thing, so it's gotta be the distance, right? That's why she was able to get there quickly. That's why she said in her testimony that I quickly apprehended her. So that's the only other thing that could possibly be it. Okay. I feel like I'm overthinking it, you guys. I feel like I'm just too stupid, or I'm too smart to know that I'm too stupid, or I'm too stupid to know I'm too smart. One of those three. Or maybe I'm just stupid, which is option 4, and 1. Either way, I'm overthinking it, I think, a little too much. Anyway. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see what could have changed what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness, you. Me? Yes. You ordered the squid wheels, right? Also no, but The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. Yeah, it was like moss and now squid wheel. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. So then she goes, look at her go. Look at her go. Oh, so that explains the time which is why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? Rabble, 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 rabble. This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point. And the spork is a wonderful invention. Agree, Judge, but kind of not the point. Anyway. Would you like another caviar lunch? Oh, absolutely. She's bribing the judge again. I'm in trouble. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Do I? Feel like if I object, I better have reason, but let's see here. So if I go off of that order of events, that explains why we have the photo, but then she didn't see the actual, did she still see the actual stabbing? Or, let's see, what am I thinking? What am I missing here? She says she saw him stab him, but like, in the time it took you to, she would have gotten away. Like, why was she still there if it took 5 minutes? Wouldn't she have been far gone by now? I feel like That doesn't make sense to me. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente.
I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into nuts, rookie.
A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange?
Strange?
If you were a criminal, what would you do in 5 minutes, Your Honor?
Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone.
But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. Hi, Lenaro. Welcome in. Thanks for the boat. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act that way. It's inconceivable. I think I hit a point.
Well then, it seems we come to the end of the testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history.
We did it. We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright.
That was too close.
I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
What? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right?
That's the one she tried to foist off on me.
I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. I prefer that dish 'em out. Oh, good one, Edgy. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that?
Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes?
My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr.
Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Woohoo! A triple-decker! I'll defer to the witness's determination and allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence, and not because I want to eat this lunchbox.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time?
Decisive evidence.
All right, let's hear it. I should have mentioned these 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
What? There was blood found on that shoe?
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Yeah, that's what it says on the big billboard outside the main Lunchland building. The motto didn't really stick off.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensic.
How many boyfriends do you have, lady? There's this boyfriend, that boyfriend, the other boyfriend, and you got 3 in forensics? Holy shit.
In any case, Your Honor, I cannot accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
Edgeworth sure is celebrating.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth.
Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You can at least study some evidence law, really.
The prosecution complaints notwithstanding, it appears this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure the guilty are properly judged.
Bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Skye.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Can I see the shoe?
And that's a shoe, all right. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, there's a lot of blood on this thing. Let me take a look at this real quick.
This blood, it's my sister's, right?
It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime.
Poor sis.
Is that all? Is the other one? Let me get there. Nice and get there.
There's blood here too.
On the sole of the shoe. It's got to be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood.
It's horrible.
This blood might be an important clue. If that is the victim's blood, why is it? No, if that's the victim's blood, right? That's what they're insinuating. It's on the sole of the shoe. Okay. I should have mentioned. All right. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes?
I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results.
The results.
How many times do I have to say this?
I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes.
Compared to that, a 5-minute blank seems nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth?
Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors.
Falsifies evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence.
When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it.
But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Yes, you know, like murder I can see. Murder I can see is contemptible. Child molestation? Unsolvable. But false testimony. Death. Death to all. Death to all who give false testimony in a Phoenix Wright court.
Just proceeds to kill every witness imaginable.
Let's just get this over with.
Now to the veteran. Did I not bring this up? The answer would be no. And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime.
I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch who snuck off with a shoe.
Damn!
I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon, that if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen.
I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag. Really? I'm gonna let you finish and all, but, you know.
In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now, tell us what you did next.
2 types of blood were found on the shoe. Of course, one was the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant. So, you brought it to the forensics department.
If you're gonna submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert.
And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective.
The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it.
Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman?
As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant.
You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test.
You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie?
Huh?
Well, speak up.
Blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood.
Yeah.
That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies.
So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe.
That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was gonna say that. Uh-oh. The shoe proves it. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Ugh! Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like it hot in the sweat when the heat is on. Anyway, some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. What kind of soup, though? Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? He mentioned that there was blood on the sole and bothered him. So like, why would that bother him? Is there something else I'm missing here? Let me look at the court record. Single blood worth, traces of victim's blood, no prints. He died of a single stab wound. He died he kind of bled out. Trying to think about this. I should also probably save because I know. Oh, I can't save. Oh, it won't let me. Whole hour? Yeah, that's what it says. Like with the. Let me go back to the thing after I save because I'm probably gonna screw this up. Autopsy report says he died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So I think that meant like margin of error, but like. I think that's like the best they can approximate the death because it had to have been sometime after 5:12 because Edgeworth's car wasn't in the parking lot till 5:12. So that had to have happened. And then that's why it's like giving this weird thing. But my only thought about this, I only ever have a single thought at any time. First of all, her shoes are black, which already contradicts this, I think. Two, wait, that's not, yeah, that's the victim. Is that the victim's shoe? Does it say it's the victim's shoe? I think this is the victim's shoe. Didn't she say that it was, didn't she say it was didn't she say, can I go back? I can't go back. I think she said that like, it was the defendant's shoe. That can't be. Anyways, we got an ad break, so I'm gonna take a minute and wait for everybody. But I think that's the case, right? I wish I could go back. I wish I was paying better attention. I'm bad at paying attention, apparently, everybody. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. Thanks on YouTube. Thanks on Twitch side. I appreciate you guys so much. I'll see you on the other side. You're gonna head out? All right, Shizu. Be safe. Good to see you. Take care of yourself. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
back and better than ever. I mean, you'll be back on the phone. Okay, good. All right, I'm back just in time. I've arrived. There's no need to fear because I am here. All right, so we think we've established this. Thanks, Ashby, and thanks everybody for hanging in there. I appreciate it, especially on the YouTube side. I don't know if you guys are getting ads at all or anything, but I appreciate it. I need to look into that. I need to get better. I want to get better. Anyway, we're back. But yeah, I think, okay, if I was right, and this is the victim's shoe, but she said it was the defendant's shoe, that's a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with the evidence.
Oh, I gotta show it. Well, the thing I pointed out was, why is there blood? Why is there blood here? Why is there blood here? I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Jeez, she is one cranky lady.
Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe.
It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? Good question. And I will tell you the minute I think of something. I mean, this is kind of... I didn't see any blood there. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't there any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there are no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That is true. It's a very clean... And we also, when we looked at it, there weren't any footprints or anything. You'd think they would have noticed that. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. This picture only shows parts of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Rabble, 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 rabble.
Order, order, order. Well, witness.
What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright. But it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint.
Oh, that is true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think. Well, the only answer that comes to mind is, oh. Boat, I think I just had a brain blast. I think I know what this is implying. Not that, not that that's like a big deal. Like, I think the game's already pulled this trick once or so, but like, it's just, I think I know what's being implied here. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Naughty boy finding contradictions. I see. Now I get it. Now I understand. Edgeworth, what happened to you? Nothing. You heard nothing. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony.
What are you talking about?
Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. I thought that it was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth.
Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness, well, what is the oil drum empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water.
Water?
What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason?
Aha! You don't mean...
Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason, and one reason alone.
To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her.
No!
That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to the murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Mrs. Sky right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong the trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please!
What?
What can I do? Your sister's confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But...
Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Also, hi, Daydreamer. Good to see you. Come on in. Thanks for the boat.
Very well.
But Angel Star's on the prosecution side! She could have been lying about the water!
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Little girl, what did you just say?
Huh? Me?
Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side?
Well, yeah, you are! You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing bloody footprints!
Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
Objection!
The time for deliberation is past. Any further comments and you'll be held in contempt of court.
Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen.
Look at this. A photograph?
I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in the photo!
Hey, it's clearly wet.
Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all.
It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence.
Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection?
Objection!
Yeah, that's my boy.
Your Honor, wait.
What is it with you? What is it with you people? Can't I hand my verdicts down in peace anymore? Well, whatever it is, can it wait?
No, it can't, because then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence?
Yeah! I'll think later.
Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this.
I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court in the problem in this photograph.
All right.
There's the knife. Is it the there's the knight. He's wearing a trench coat. Ooh, it's make or break here. I don't know. My first thought is the shoe. The other thing was like, there's this thing in the muffler here. Like, could that be something? There's something stuffed in the muffler. What's in the exhaust and the boot looks strangely clean? Yeah. That's the thing. Like, if it was, why is it so shiny? I can't save it, although I think I saved it a minute ago. Let's try it. Well, it's probably here, don't you think?
As your elder, Mr. Wright, let me give you a piece of advice. When you point at something, at least remember to keep your eyes open.
I believe he's trying to say that no one's falling for your bluffs, Mr. Wright. Open your eyes, Mr. Wright. Think scientifically.
I suppose since we've come this far, we'll give every claim a fair shake.
Oh, I didn't get dinged for that. What's the problem? So it's not the shoe. It's not the water. It's the muffler? Problem in the photograph is here. What is this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth.
Your Honor?
You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf in any kind of this photograph.
A muffler is also part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe.
I see. And, I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing! Absolutely nothing!
Objection!
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not gonna be that easy.
It's not gonna be that easy.
In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has in his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case.
Well, because the word muffler was said here. Miss Starr, recall your testimony from the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ugh. Yeah! Could it be the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Kind of like a Street Fighter death, like.
Well, it seems we'll have to suspend. It seems we'll have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed?
I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now.
This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all.
He's still hungry? He's had like 3 lunches already.
To be continued. Oh my god, I made it. I did it. Oh my god. That was rough. We'll put it here. Rise from the ashes. All right.
Whew. February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. That was 2 hours of court time. District lobby number 2. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today we were swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Ma'am? They say you show a red claw to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall! I thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home range locked down tighter than the fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutors chasing mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? Buh? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. She sure wasn't. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horn. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time would tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak shucks, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee. All right, back to court. Back to court we go. 11:32 p.m. Number 9. Rabble, rabble, rabble. I like to resume. Oh, welcome back, Shizu. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution?
Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets.
Is he dying? Did someone like shoot Edgeworth or something?
That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes.
Yeah, he's constipated.
You have a tummy ache. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is bent.
Damn,
You look like shit, Edgeworth.
it can't be. This
Can't happen.
I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Me too.
Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with the trial. During our recess, I had requested the prosecution conduct an investigation.
This is unacceptable!
Seems our prosecutor's quite beside himself.
What are you talking about? Look, this is how he always is. This is like when he's like with me and like, you know, he gets unacceptable. This is just like when we're in the bedroom after making love. I mean, objection to myself. Evidence not, facts not in evidence. Anyway, excuse me, knock knock.
Who's there?
What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. He big. A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he?
Ah, it's you!
This is...
Oh! Oh, sorry, Emily. Gee, Rosewood Pat, it's just me. Long time no see. Gee, how you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smizzy. Gee, my boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed.
Udgy. Seems to be his nickname for the judge?
How's the shady lawyer job? Shady? I'm a respectable defense attorney, thank you, Copy. Also, hello, Copy. Seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but, who are you? Aha! So you're Righto, the attorney! I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? I'm so sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly, jolly good. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Oh, he's chief of police. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. What's shady about this guy, this opposing figure and all this? Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. How can you say he's shady with such upbeat music? My guy took more like a not-so-good priest. Hi, Soup, welcome in. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to the courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. Oh, yeah. He looks so excited to see you here, Mr. Gant. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just saying things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think it was stuffed in that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. Uh-oh. The temperature, I think the temperature just dropped a little 10 degrees or so. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Watch this. It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Objection! Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? I think Edgeworth just pooped a little. Like a little poop came out. Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there, Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, you had your head in the clouds because you got that award. Oh, I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. Damn. What? Are you serious? Oh, don't be so upset. I'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. Damn. Oh, he's cold-blooded. Oh, he's evil. I think you guys might be right. I think this guy might be evil. He's giving me a bad vibe. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. I don't think it's the first time. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes? Well, I think all you have to do is push that switch, and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Oh, that's a big problem. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. And that's also a big problem. No one becomes the head of a criminal mafia. Police just like that. Come on, just hurry up and open it. All right. Oh, you're gonna make me do it anyway. All right, we open up a blade in court, everybody. The switchblade. You're gonna learn to breathe. It's because I have my wrestling chart. Like, tonight, everybody, boat, you're gonna learn how to breathe with the switchblade. Shoutouts to Jay White. Excellent, excellent, excellent representative of New Zealand and a great wrestler.
Learn how to breathe with a switchblade. Anyway. How to fool Merc that you're a good character. Jolly upbeat. What? Listen, I'm not that stupid. Listen, all right. Maybe I'm a little stupid, but I ain't that stupid. Well, first things first is, what is this tag? There's a small tag on this knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6 or of the DL6 instant fame. But it's strange. Huh? What is? I'm not certain. I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this, somehow. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Well, I'm gonna hit the button. Ah! Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Guys, it's just a switchblade. Look at the knife blade. The tip's broken off. Oh, think upbeat music of full will play to say anything you want without consequences. Whatever that word is. Consequences, yeah. If you just have a nice snazzy beat behind you when you say the most controversial or horrific things, you get away with it. This dark red stain. Blood? Wouldn't it be brown by now, not dark red? Wouldn't it be like rusted blood or something? The switchblade added to the court record. Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. This was wrapped in the muffler, and then it was stored in the muffler. The defendant's muffler, and then stored in Edgeworth's muffler. So we had a muffler on muffler situation. Mufflerception. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police? And this knife? Sure thing, not a problem, not a little one, not even a little one, really. A knife that I'll stab you with when you steal coffee so you can't do it again, dang. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? Oh, what a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's such information, Archie. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15? That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Rabble, 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 rabble. Order, order, order! Anyway, we at the department are all flustered, as you might well assume. We were in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places? The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Department in disorder. Having announced it publicly, he says, while everyone is in public. I guess it's like court records don't necessarily get out, and who pays attention to the local court anyway, right? This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Could you elaborate? Excuse me, special. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto. I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Good joke. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. I feel like this is the thing I need to press. But let me think here. This knife was found at the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on with the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto, sorry. Maybe there's something about the knife that'll give us a clue. Let's examine that knife. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Gutman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So how are things down at the department? That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. I'll press everything, but I think I know what they want me to do. I have a thought of what they want me to do, but I'm gonna do this. Get his shader every breath he takes, every move he makes. He'll be watching you. Right, eh? Something happened at the police department too, huh?
You got a good look in your eyes there, Wright, my boy. Sharp, hungry.
So, something did happen, and why wasn't I informed?
Why weren't you informed?
Well, why didn't you ask?
No matter, I understand you were busy what with Lana's case and all.
Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day?
A detective was killed at the police department, see? Ah, what a mess.
On the same day a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department?
That's a fact.
Surprising, isn't it, Udgy?
I'm at a loss for words.
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Maybe you could help, righto?
I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on the case.
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp.
Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. I know when the victim died because he said it. Where the victim was found, he said at the police department. So how was they killed? Well, how was the detective killed?
How was he killed? Now there's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing, you know, with a knife.
A knife? A kniff?
That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. Ah, that's the spirit. We're all cooking now.
But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder.
Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh?
I won't steal coffee. 5:15? But that's
when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? The murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances?
Rabble, rabble, rabble. Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident.
You can have my coffee, it's fine. It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it.
Sorry.
All right. Sorry about that.
How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, righto? You understand? Try to understand, righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you.
Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be coincidence. And that kniff, what was it doing there? I'd better check this knife out. I already know. I think I already know. I can't say how here. I think I looked at this before. SL, if you look at it upside down, it's not 67S, it's SL9. The time is 2:12, same as the parking stub, 2:21. And it was on Detective Goodman's body, and that's the same as the tag. I think this is it. Objection! Righto, boyo. Wait a second.
Ah, at last, an honest to goodness objection.
This knife. This has something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean?
Aha! And honest to goodness, what do you mean from Archie? Haha, this is great.
I'm glad Gad's having fun with this. Glad, you know, that's a guy who enjoys. You gotta respect a guy who enjoys his work. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7 is 12 2?
Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside.
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get?
Aha!
Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Rabble, 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 rabble. Order, order, order! Well, Chief?
Ah, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? What do I win? I win? What game is this guy playing? What do I win? Dies, then Merc has to look into her. Now I gotta figure out. Your Honor, the bloodstains clearly show that, what's that behind you? What? What? And then I just scuttle off with Shizu and we run away because, like, ain't no way I'd be able to defend that in court. What game is this guy playing? Sorry, 1 second. I keep getting annoying messages and it's like, leave me the F alone, please. Thank you. All right, here we go. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? What, was it in fact a murder weapon?
Ah, nice, nice, nice. Good show, little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens.
It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. Mirko? You're gonna call me Mirko from now on? And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there.
That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in shape to do investigation.
Okay, he has nothing else to say. Do I need to present the knife, or? Is it the knife?
Objection!
No? Why am I objecting here? What statement? There's nothing contradictory. Stolen from the apartment's evidence room. And Microsoft calling you about a virus, or it's about your car's extended warranty? Nah, it's fine. That was a bad day. We're unshaped to do an investigation. A detective was killed. You know, I'm gonna save just in case, but I'm not sure what is expected here at this moment. Let's see. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? Is that the only statement you can tackle? I don't know if it is. That's the other thing. It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it. That's the only other one I can think of. What about the little doll thing? Oh, you mean the badger? The blue badger? I don't know. So that was the thing I got from pressing the last statement. Wacky inflatable tube man. How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, right? Oh.
Okay, we said this before.
So the knife, I think I pressed him here, right? With the knife. Goodman died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. I might have to brute force this, but I'm trying to think about this. Or is it the trophy? There was something about the trophy that day, because wasn't that given to him at the police station? He mentioned like he was grumbling. I mean, he grumbles a lot, but I somehow remember something about him grumbling about having to go to the police station to get this award. And that's why. Nope, not it. Half an hour, it could be that. Not wrong, I'm wrong. I'm wrong again. Mr. Wright, you're doing something stupid. Not officially to this here case. Is it just the picture that we had about, is it just the photo we got? Can I not like just show it off at the I thought I presented the knife, but like, I don't have the photo, so is it this? No. Is it the other photo? I'm gonna try and, I'm doing adventure game logic here. It's like try everything. Is it this? Because she doesn't have the muffler on. No. I'll try the autopsy report. I think that's the only other thing I can think of. Because this is the only thing that mentions time. Nope. I lost the case. I'm gonna load. I'm gonna save us the embarrassment. All right. So I tried. I got this out from him. Department's evidence room. Is there anything else about this card? No. No. Is that because he said a bad day for the department? We weren't in any shape to do an investigation because at that time they were doing the King of Prosecutors thing over at the police station, maybe? So the knife, yeah. Usually in Edgeworth's too, but no victim's blood. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. And then there's the knife here. Was there anything else here that I need to be aware of? Check that. We got the tag. SL92. We already did that. She's saying the first statement is that it was stolen? Yeah, that's what he said. I always ask why Worthy carries it was Worthy says it was in his car. It was like one of, I guess he had it as like part of like a repair kit. I don't know why you need a knife in a repair kit, but he said it's part of like his trunk's gear. First statement is that it was stolen. That's correct. So Gant says this knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Do I just present the knife again? I'm gonna save again just to be safe. I'm gonna be safe just to be safe. Is it just asking about the knife again?
Objection!
No, that's not it.
Must have been on must have been Von Karma again. Yes, clearly. I was gonna try to see if, wasn't this done at the prosecution's office? Nope. There was a parking stub. Nope, not the parking stub. Maybe muffler, the cell phone? No? I am stumped. I am not. I might need a nudge. I might need a little bit of a nudge, guys. I don't know what it's asking me about. Like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to press him on. I pressed him on everything. What is it? Same time. What are the chances? Yeah, so he just said like there's a coincidence. He told us about this one. Prosecutor, he just had a suspect. He just arrested him. I was supposed to come up and give me data. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. All right, maybe this is it. Maybe I need more stuff from here. Where the victim was found. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room. Wait a second, I've heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? That was it. I had to press him for more information. I thought I only got one try. That was my thought. I was like, I didn't think to go back and ask him the same thing again. The knife was stolen. It was in the department's evidence room. He did say that. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gaunt to testify about the details. Oh, you're saying now I can press it? He's saying like now I've unlocked it, basically? Yeah. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Wright. What's your connection? Yeah, shout with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence bag. And we also know the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. Gant? Ha! You two make a good pair. Took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information? Unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? That's fine, I just want... If you're gonna tell us little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's division? Okay, well, what division was the victim stationed in? Oh, you want to know what you want to know that, do you? Do you? Criminal Affairs Division 1. The detectives responsible for homicide cases. Homicide? That would be the same division as Detective Gumshoe. Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. Whoever wrote Gant did a great job. That would probably be Shu Takumi if I had to guess. It's almost like a serial killer was after homicide detectives.
Except this serial killing happened simultaneously, scientifically speaking.
Well, I sure hope Detective Gumshoe isn't next on the list. No, nothing. Don't hurt my boy. Not my precious boy. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutors and one at the police. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. Oh, we're just at the end again. See if you can give me a little bit. Can I have the ID number? How about you tell me the victim's ID number? Ah, sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. I'm stupid. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 58421189. Five, 8, 4, 2, 1, 8, and 9. You remember? So I had a hunch. Like, I thought at first what they were trying to set up was that. Like when we went with when we were pressing Miss Star, I thought that was what Phoenix was trying to insinuate, that like, well, if there was blood on the bottom of the chute, but there was no blood at the scene, then that can only mean that I got to stretch. Also, it means that Goodman couldn't have been killed at the parking lot. Turns out, I was right. Well, that's quite long, and we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department, 584. It tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does, I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. What does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Witness. Well, what is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. I am? I wouldn't know what that meant. I wouldn't know what that feels like, but he do seem happy. No, it's just I got confused. And this is news. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office, 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Ah, shame on you, Righto! Personal ideas are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. He doesn't seem that fazed by this. And? This means what exactly? Huh? Wait! That ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right! Again! The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189.
Objection!
Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Did you say something, Righto?
Oh, sharp as a tack, right? Oh, sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time.
That is impossible.
So, what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location? Rabble, 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 rabble.
Order! 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 Chief, what does this mean?
No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now wait just a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered.
Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case.
Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours.
What? How dare?
We informed you yesterday. Oh man. Edgy Poo is in it. Oh, Edgy Poo's in it deep now. All right, we're gonna see this browbeating continue after the ad break, but thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. I hope you're having fun. This is getting good. I hope you got your popcorn because this is getting spicy. All right. Wow, how the turns have tabled on poor Edgeworth. I don't think I've seen him this browbeaten before. He's getting cooked. He is getting cooked. All right, let me check some stuff here real quick while we wait. Oh, right. Why aren't they calling him Edgy instead of Worthy? I don't know. Maybe Edgy would be a bit too on the nose copy. That could be one possibility. It's a little too on the nose to call him Edgy. Oh god, he's so edgy. Paid for the whole seat, but you only need the edge. You know, something like that. I don't know. All right. I'm running out of water, so I'm gonna go get myself a tea while the ads are running. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hi, Moogle. Welcome in. Good to see you. I got a new ad today. What'd you get? Hi, Moogle. Sorry, I was taking a quick stretch break and everything. I get to the office 3 hours after work started and they're not ready. Delaying my day. I'm sorry, Shizu. I'm sorry. Hello, everybody. Hi, Moogle. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. And thank you, Shizu. Hello, everybody. All right. Man, we're getting smack dab in here. And YouTube on the other side, I see you. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you guys being patient while I get this sip of tea going. What impeccable timing I just had. Thank you. Thank you, Shizu, for the hydrate. What impeccable timing. Female hair care products. Interesting. Interesting. Like hair care, like Tresemme or something like that. It's not piss. It's tea. I swear to God, I gotta stop removing the label. I gotta drink it with a label on it so you guys don't think it's piss. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Looks like ads are coming done, so now we can get started again. All right, here we go. When last we left off, our boy's getting browbeat pretty bad.
We informed you yesterday. I believe.
Brother, that would be advertising.
Correct, Justin. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news.
Oh, ooh, Edgeworth in trouble.
Officer Meekins.
Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Yeah, this one. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, is anywhere on the premise? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief. Sir, I got your report, sir.
Yeah, and then Edgeworth told him off.
You don't mean him?
Yeah, you fucked up, Edgeworth.
Oh, you fucked up. You definitely fucked up.
According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe.
But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident.
Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report.
Ooh, Edgeworth, you fucked up. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
In any case, this is a serious error. A gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then
He's, Oh, Worthy. Oh, Werther's original Worthy. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy.
Damn, he's been roasted. He is being skewered and roasted.
Or should I say, unworthy.
What? Dead. That's him right now.
Now, what was the second rule of evidence law,
Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? It's,
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
and how is this rule relevant?
Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in the court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list.
So, what does this mean?
I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court.
Hey, I think I did that. I think that was me, guys. Did I just burn my boyfriend? I mean, the prosecution?
The connection was just proven by Wright over there.
Good job, Wright, my boy! I was just doing my job. No. No! You'll have to make it up to you in bed. Exactly. I have to make it up to him. And he'll have to make it up to me. It seems we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy.
What with all those rumors?
You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened.
if it's the last thing I do.
You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. He getting roasted. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. The sound of salary cutting noises approaches Edgeworth rapidly. Salary cutting noises approaching rapidly. Very well. Court is adjourned. That was a long day in court. To be continued. Dang, we still going? We still going. All right. Bum 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 bum. Hooray! Hooray! My client is still not guilty yet, and I got to bully Edgeworth a little bit. Win-win. Now we know what it's like on the other side. That was tough. Like I was like, I think I was overthinking. Like, oh, it's like I gotta present something. It's like no, it's like. I gotta kind of keep in mind, like when the game gives me this thing of like, oh, when you press and it gives you options, you should probably exhaust all of those options. That's the other thing I need to do. There was two kind of mechanics there that kind of got me. Anyway, February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright and Koloff, same day.
Oh, Mr. Wright. So, what's going on with the case anyway?
I'm a little confused. I mean, that seems to be your default state, Emma, but that's okay. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Gidman, was stabbed to death on 5 p.m. on the 21st. After 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. Good morning, Beth Hawk. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Come on in. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. We're having a good time. I just bullied my boyfriend savagely with the help of the chief of police. More like I said, it's like more like I was like the setup of the alley-oop and Gant just dunked all over him. Like, righto, boy, righto, good job, jolly good shit, righto, my boy, dunked, right? Something like that, right?
What's this and the evidence room? What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Or try to, at least.
All right, let's do it.
Glad she's in good spirits. I'm not sure she's gonna be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Uh-oh. Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us!
Okay. February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. So am I still right about? She's kind of dumb, but then again, she's a high schooler. She's allowed to be dumb.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their Eva's room. No biggie. I think you were right about her, Shizu.
Yeah, who cares about like whether the fact that we just established like he was killed somewhere else? Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water.
If you're dumb because you're in high school, that's sad.
Nah, but what I mean by that is like,
oh yeah, this is the dunk on Edgeworth case. Damn, it sure is, Beth.
I think I don't mean to say like, I don't mean to imply that high school people are dumb. No, they're smart. I'm just saying like, I think like if I compare myself to my high school age, I'm like, man, I was really stupid. I made a lot of mistakes. I didn't have enough worldly knowledge, but the point is that's okay. No one's expecting a 16-year-old to be like a scholar or a wise sage or anything like that. That's all I mean. Plus, putting myself in Emma's shoes, she's probably a little, you know, stressed out that her one and only family is on trial for murder. And she's like, maybe not in the right mindset. She's probably stressed out, like, and she's trying to prove like she can help. So like, you know, I'm happy to be like, girl, it's okay to be stupid. Like, that's kind of more where I'm at. But she does say objectively silly, she does say objectively silly things. So it's like, it's kind of like that, you know. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never! Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
Wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright.
Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? High schoolers aren't necessarily all dumb. They're just naive. That's a difference. Yeah, their intelligence is fine, but they're still building up the wisdom score. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if this was Esoteric Ebb, like we did Monday, like, I have a high wisdom score, but I'm also kind of dumb. Which I think is the trade-off. Like, you gain worldly wisdom at the cost of losing intelligence and skill.
To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see?
Oh.
Press enter to spray on. Okay, let's find some bloodstains.
All right, I'm gonna spray everywhere, guys. Just watch. I'm just gonna give like back shots this entire car and stuff like that. She did have some childlike deductions, but the fact she has them is proof of her intelligence. She's just not. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's nothing wrong with being naive. I was naive. Still am to a degree. Enhance! Enhance!
I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a bloodstain? It's so...
Yeah, I'm spraying my load.
Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? Well, based on the evidence we saw in the court, why is there blood there? Why the bloodstained location, of course? It's elementary.
Huh? Why is that elementary? I mean, I would think if there was a fight, you'd expect some bloodstains here.
I suppose you might think that.
Come on, Mr. Wright, we're all counting on you.
There is something odd about that bloodstain, but if it's not the bloke... Wait, I was wrong? Is it the amount?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim shoe.
Okay, that's fair. Again, I'm just... You see what we said about stupid? Like, look at me. I have a clear example of like, listen, I'm not allowed to talk shit. I'm dumb, okay? This is a dumb person you're watching play a crime scene, a crime lawyer, pretending to be a lawyer. Me, dumb. Anyway. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Especially if it was bleeding out, you'd think there'd be more coming out. Maybe the trunk's full of it?
Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay?
You're gonna do it that whole place? I guess that would be a lot of blood.
See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too.
I saved up my allowance to buy that.
Use spray to use. I got a spray button all of a sudden?
Can't be sure that police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day.
Yeah! Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this spray on anything suspicious.
Ha. Oh, hi, Miss Star. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star! Bop, bop! You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two.
Ooh, this day-old deli box is on the house. You know what? Still looks pretty good. That's some good-looking sushi. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault.
Oh, we know. Emma! Damn, Emma's like, oh yeah, you fucked up. Oh, we know. Yeah, you stupid. You dumb. He dumb. I dumb. That guy in the camera dumb. But you dumb.
I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands.
I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph is something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of the suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. Damn, Emma. And you were let go? Fired?
I felt I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean...
She mentioned a photograph. Was this the one they were talking about? Or was it the... Well, it's gotta be this one, because that was the blank one. Could you take a look at this? You. Yeah? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this.
We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing.
I knew it! So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite!
The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time.
Alright, I guess I can't do that. Can I show her the knife? What do you think about this?
The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from the case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Maybe she'll open up to us now. No? Maybe I need something more? Let me spray some stuff. Oh, I can't do it here? Where's my spray bottle? I thought I had a dedicated spray button. Didn't I have a dedicated spray button? What's going on here? Spray is E. All right, spray. I'm gonna spray. Maybe some over here on this car or something like that. Maybe some of the blood got all the way up here in the car. All right, what if I go over here? Gonna be very thorough. It's like when I play Power Wash or something like that. Oh. Enhance! This blood must be from when Lana... No! My sister isn't the murderer! But she did call. She did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. I'm back from my land of Napples. Welcome back, Allie. We're still in the case. Hope you had a good nap. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. All right, we were spraying. I was just spraying stuff. They gave me a spray bottle. Anything else to spray? No? Nothing on the barrel? Nothing? All right. What if I ask her about SL9 with this? And that note, Goodman. Okay, same stuff as before.
Maybe talk about this again? Wait a sec. Yeah? What's up, Shizu? What's on your mind? Did Lana call from wall phone or cell phone? What we learned about in court yesterday, what we learned in court was, per what we were able to prove in court, Lana ran around the divider, tried to use the phone first, but it was out at the time, like an outage of sorts. So when she went, the series of events was murder occurred, ran around to get the phone, found it was dead, then used her cell phone to call Emma. And that by that time, Miss Star had captured her, basically. That was the series of events that are so far the proof in court. Can I talk? She's still repeating the same thing. I figured like there'd be another thing here. Maybe there's something I need to go find and bring back. Maybe there's a piece of evidence I need to bring back here. That could be what's going on here, is I need to go and... It could be one of those situations where I need to have additional evidence before I can move the story along here. So, no, we got other places we can go. Maybe I meant to hit the detention center, but I guess we're going to the high prosecutor's. Hey, Edgeworth, how's your browbeating going? You doing good? Do you need someone to kiss and make it feel better? Baby, you know I'm here for you. Anyway. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing an important investigation. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. All right, nothing here. We'll come back. Still on the case. Oh yeah, you'll be on this one for a while. This is one of the longer cases. Oh boy, we're gonna be here. Strap in, boat. We're gonna be here for a while. Maybe we'll talk to the sister. February 23rd, the visitor's room. Looks like Miss Sky's in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How'd you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. Hey, Jim. How you doing? Is his name Jim? I don't know. This guard monitors the visitor's room. One murder at the prosecutor's office, one at the police department. He must be frozen with fear, thinking that he might be next. Don't scare the poor guy. Why? He could take a joke, right? Criminal Affairs Department. February 23rd, police station. Criminal Affairs. He looks like a Jim. Wow. Everyone here looks deadly serious. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yeah, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants any more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Was I supposed to go here? February 23rd, police department, entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. A Jim Bob? You guys are coming up with a guy's name? What about Steve? So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got from the front desk... Yep, that's correct, Moogle. That's exactly what was established in court. According to Miss Starr's testimony, she stabbed, she ran around the divider, went to go pick up the phone, but there was some evidence that said like the phone was out due to like power outage or something. So she grabs it, phone no work, puts it away, grabs her cell phone, calls her sister. That was the series of events according to the testimony in court. Here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Am I allowed to just go? I don't think so, but there's a new option. Oh, gee, I wonder whose guard station this is. With the whiskey, the cow print hat, the ponchos and the leather and the cacti. I can't imagine whose guard station this is. And the Texas sign. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. Oh! What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Nah, I couldn't picture it. I have no clue who this could possibly be. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. True. We could get records. I'm sure they have records about who goes into these things. Is that meant to be a trap? Is that meant to be like, oh, you're trying to get into the evidence room, eh, partner? Just like pulls the lasso. Do you think someone's... I was about to say, do you think anyone's stupid enough to fall for having like Gumshoe? Gumshoe has had to fall for at least once. Or Meekins. Meekins, as we established, he doesn't look doesn't look all that competent. Anyway. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know! Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Alright. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ow! I'd say be more of a, yeah, myself. Alright. I want that hat. I'll try that hat on. These sure must be prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing out in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A paunchy? Pinchy? I know, a poochie! Yeah, that's what it's called. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Yeah, she'll figure it out. She's a smart girl. She can figure it out. All right. I think the only thing left is the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. All right. Well, anything else I'm missing? Don't look like it. I think we could hit the old dusty trail, to borrow a cowboy. It's the creature. The blue badger's still writhing around today. Sure is. Look at it go. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Say he's dancing. Why's he got duct tape up here? Did he break? Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's gonna do something naughty. You want to kill the blue badger? Damn. I mean, he's allowed to be a dancing fool. Mr. Wright, do you know if patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda. Not that I have a scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind asking me how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or do they not have those at your zoo? I think this is gonna be old dialogue. It doesn't sound like anything new. Alright. We didn't really check the criminal affairs department. Maybe there's something here we can use or someone we can talk to? That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen.
What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department? No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything!
Someone's getting demotion. Yeah, he ain't gonna be chief for much longer. So this is the police mascot, is it?
The Blue Badger! The future star of the police force!
The design's a little changed from the one outside. Well, the dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see.
You have it trademarked? Absolutely! It's cutting edge stuff! Very now! I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears!
Don't show her the movie mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares.
She'll be like, Daddy, the Blue Badger's gonna come and get me!
That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
I know, the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure.
He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Oh, good luck to him. Writing's hard. These are the detectives' desks. There's computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at the desk. No, not when there's cases to solve and crime afoot. Oh, it's the same thing? All right. Not the lead I was hoping for. No one here yet. Still not sure. Is there anything new here? Pretty busy. No, we already did this already. We had the guard station. There's nothing there. Maybe there's something. I think Miss Star is the thing, but I have to figure out what to tell her or what to ask her. She knows something about DL6, but she's not telling me anything yet. Maybe I didn't present her the ID badge. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the Coffin Queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Suddenly DL6 again. It's all happening again. Could you take a look at this? Okay, this is the T thing, so that means that, like, there's nothing here. She still won't talk to me. Am I missing something? Like, maybe I probably wanted to say SL9. Yeah. That's where we found the note. 221 SL9. That the SL9 incident. Case that was due for transfer the day of the murder, and the detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case the SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. Maybe now they'll let me know. This rope, is it? Yep, that's the outline thing. Maybe that was the piece I needed. Maybe now she'll talk to me? No? Well, just keep going. I mean, eventually we'll be able to, we'll stumble into the right stuff. I think it's called a sedan or a coupe. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. I will tell you that I'm kind of like Phoenix. I don't know anything about car models. I just know that, like, cars I like. I think that look neat. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. Classic Japan. Maybe spray. Maybe spray. Was there something else I needed to spray? We sprayed that, so we know that. I'm spraying like a madman. There is that. We did that. Spray, spray, spray. Oh, you know what I haven't done yet? I just had a thought. Could I do that over at the police department? Can I spray here? Because if there's a
No, it's not giving me the option. Maybe? Oh no, maybe it's like here. Can I spray here? For some reason I had a thought that like maybe there'd be something here if this is near the crime scene. It's in the evidence room. Maybe I have to maybe it will probably be in the evidence room then. All right, that was a thought. Miss Star, I think I have to talk to you to get this thing forward. I just don't know what to tell you or present you, so maybe probably brute forcing it. Gave her that. We gave her maybe the knife again. A body with Edgeworth's knife was stuck in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? Okay, nothing there. I showed her this. Yeah, she talks about the knife and the note here. And then she talks about Goodman. And she says that, and I asked, like, can you show us more about the SL9 incident? Did I show her this? I didn't present this photo. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo. Yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Get her! Get her, Emma! Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again. Oh, I think, you know what? I think I hit it. Just like that time. That time, SL6. I think that was maybe that was it. There we go. I knew you had another thing. All right, I just had to present her the right evidence. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We were nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Yes, Shizu. You botched the... did I say DL6? I thought I said SL9. Did I not say SL9? Did I not say that? Vote? Am I stupid? I trust Shizu. Did I not say SL9? Did I say DL6? You said SL6. Oh, okay. Well, Boat, if I'm stupid, I apologize. I keep getting the number wrong. Sorry about that. All right, let's listen to Miss Starr's testimony about this. Let's go back to the past. Like we always have to. 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Oh, wow, look at him. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? The cases are beginning to merge in my mind! On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. Falsified evidence? And they killed him? Ooh, big scandal. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. So Jake Marshall was also a detective.
As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait! Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Mrs. Starr's old boyfriends.
How many does she have anyway? I'm gonna guess at least I think we've counted up to 6. So the answer is number can only go up.
Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie.
What?
It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this.
She gave me a steak. Ooh, that looks pretty decent. Salisbury steak lunch?
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Received from Miss Starr. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood.
Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. Well, thank you, Miss Starr. I appreciate the candor. I appreciate your candor. February 23rd, Police Department. Entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please!
Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe! Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Oh no, I made him sad. I made Gumshoe sad. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We caught a criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean, you heard about the stab in the police department evidence, right, pal?
Sure did. On the same day a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect.
Just the rest of them, in fact. It's the biggest scandal that hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. And there he goes.
Wait, don't leave.
Want no more? Head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. And there he goes. Off to get the steak lunch of his dreams. Man, now I want a steak lunch for tomorrow. But that's a little hard to get in the middle of a stream. I'll probably get it Sunday or something. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. But Tish. Alright. I guess we'll start with Officer Marshall, who's not here. So I will stop talking with Officer Marshall. Sushi's a good idea. I do like me some sushi. Officer Marshall, who's not here. So I will go to the Wright & Co. law offices. Let's go talk to the defense. So who is this big suspect they got? February 23rd, detention center, visitor's room.
Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. It was Emma!
Ow!
Ouchie. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say it was perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, poor boy. Oh, hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me. What is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premise? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins. So you're a guard here at the detention center? Emma, I don't think that's the case here. No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a lost little lamb, sir. Me. Me 6. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? Officer Meekins, you didn't. Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reported, sir. Put the megaphone down, please. Oh, my ears. Ow, please don't do that. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, we'll take down his testimony. Day of the crime. Please stop doing that. I'm a patrolman with the general affairs, sir! Sir! Thanks for the hydrate. And the stretch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. I apologize for everyone's ears. I would advise not having your headphones on, Max, right now. Oh, by the way, I'm over 100K here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. She's halfway there, folks. Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room is emptied, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious sir. Ow, 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 ow. What the heck did he just like slam his injured hand, react to pain, somehow get both his ID badge and his handcuffs? I saw that. I wasn't the only one who saw that, right? What the heck is this guy doing? Somehow I think Officer Meekins, you might not, you might not be a good fit for the force. Can we give this guy something safe, like meter maid duty or something like that? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here at the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Or first, the victim. I don't mean the pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes. I'll look at you however you want. Just stop blowing into the megaphone, please. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me a victim. I would, and you happen to be but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in the tiling department, devoid of light and other creature comforts. Huh? Like they have you did they stuff you in a closet? What does he mean by that? I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. No
do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, please stop. You see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. The next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone, because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. That is a story. Okay. Now what? I still have the steak lunch I need to give to somebody. Maybe Officer Marshall's now here? No. No. No, maybe I need to talk to Beacon some more. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Or maybe Edgeworth's back? Nope. All right, let's see here. He didn't know him. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this a little deeper. Well, I mean, if they said this, he had to have seen this. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. And when I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, who he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing that the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape's quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. You waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. I guess you better go check out the crime scene. Okay, so now I have what it takes to go and talk to Officer Meekins. Never mind. Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything. You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's like totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his sheet behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. Hi, DigiVixen. Just discovered your channel. Saw Meekins had drop in. Meekins went, well, I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad that Meekins has a fan. Welcome in, DigiVixen. It's nice to meet you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good time. It's nice to meet you as well. So that's how it works on the YouTube side. Interesting. Nice orange. Nice and bright. Anyway, let's see if I can finish this off before the break. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief of the detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, right, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. I'm a defense attorney. This is weird. All right, well, as normally I would wait for the story. I'm probably gonna wait for the ad break here because we got another one coming up, and then I think what we'll do is we're gonna try to find. I was thinking like we'll try to get to the save point where like like we got the investigation part and the trial part. I don't know how much more we have in terms of investigation, but I was kind of aiming for like, man, we get to the court date. That'll be a good time for me to like maybe take a break, maybe call it, wrap it up a little bit. But we still got some time. So I'll find a good checkpoint and we'll go from there. All right, I'm going to let the ads roll. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Vixen. Thanks, Beth. Thanks, everybody on YouTube. I appreciate you watching. Twitch, I love you guys. All right, I'll see you on the other side of the break while we wait. I guess I should go and empty this bottle and stretch a little bit and maybe get ready for bed. I'll be right back. See you in a bit. Back. I've been replaying the games myself in Discord. I'm on SOJ case 1. You got any plans to play? Any fave cares going on? This case is long. Well, first of all, DigiVicans. First of all, thank you for the advice. Sorry, I had to step away, and I usually just pause here because on Twitch side I let the ads run. I don't want like letting people leave. But anyway, just to answer your questions while we're in the break. Yes, the answer to your first question is I'm definitely planning to play most all the games. I have the trilogies, I have the Ace Attorney, I have Ace Attorney trilogy, I have Apollo Justice trilogy, and I have Great Ace Attorney, I think. So my plan in the long term is at least to go through the most of the main series. So I plan to do that. We're kind of getting started with this. I plan to do this mostly on Fridays. So we'll keep this up for a while. But yeah, I have never played much other than the last time I played these games was like 10 or 15 years ago. And, I only ever played like the first 2 or 3. So we're going to have a lot of content in the Phoenix Wright universe. So strap in. If you like this stuff, strap in and look forward to it. All right. Anyway, we're back. So let's keep going. Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? He's just got that aura. He's got the aura. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, no, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Well, yep. Well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in a defendant's seat, does it? And you've got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? I sure did. Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he's caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. Oh, in any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Oh, thanks, Shizu. That's so nice of you to say. Why, they just do about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what inquiry the committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. I would suggest play the OG trilogy, then play Edgeworth games before playing the... Really? Okay. Well, everybody says to play the Edgeworth stuff too, so maybe I'll slip that in somewhere. That's like, what, 12 games? Certainly going to be a lot of content for the year. But that's a good thing. That's kind of a goal. That's going to be a nice goal for the year. All right. Could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. Detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. That's right, his are locked in for the year. It feels like it. What evidence is this? Now, Wright, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ha! He was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? Oh, you saw that? Whoops. You hate Manfred? Most people would hate Manfred. He was basically, like, cartoonishly evil. Like Manfred Van Kamera is basically cartoonishly evil. So, like, I don't blame you. Everybody, I think, hates that man. I really don't like that man. Anyway, I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of the detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Discreetly ask Gant or discreetly ask the chief? Should I give him back the ID card or? I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Ah, sorry, righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Thank you, sir. I'm just gonna slowly walk away. Maybe now I can get to the guard station. No? Where is Detective Marshall? Marshall! Where is this man? All right. How do I discreetly ask something of this guy? There's nothing discreet about him. I mean, look at him. No. Was there something specific I had to present to him?
It doesn't hurt to present. It's just like basically a click and point adventure game at this point. But what else could he possibly want to see? Highly recommend getting through Edgeworth Investigation spin-offs as well. Order-wise, I'd also recommend OG Trilogy, then Investigations, then AJ Trilogy, then Great Ace Attorney. All right. Well, if that's what the crowd wants, that's what the crowd will get. You guys want it? I'll do it. I don't mind. I'm having a great time with this. It's great, and I'm excited to finally get to content I've never even seen or played before, so that'll be fun. I don't know what to do here. I'm stumped. He said discreetly ask, but like, do I just ask the guy back here? Sorry, I had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. A half-written document dated 2/21 only submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Do I give it to him? Maybe I don't. Maybe I use that police department crime scene. I think that was my clue to be like, now you go over. No, yeah, I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Maybe I'm a stupid person. Maybe my brain's soup because it's like 9 p.m. in the Nihon and I'm getting a little tired. But I want to push through it. I know we're getting there. No, okay, so that's not the thing. Is Gant just here for a little bit? All right. Does Meekins know anything about this? Two book. Nope. Lana Sky? I mean, that's not Lana Sky, that's Miss Star. Oh, I should have looked at it. Bruce Goodman, ID 59? Item lost status report. I forgot to look at it. All right, nope. I'm actually playing through, and absolutely, you got a lot to look forward to. I'm looking forward to it myself, Beth. And thank you guys for being with me tonight to book. Oh. Did I mention my brain soup, Shizu? I don't know what kind of soup it is, but it's probably like, it's not thick. It's like thin soup, like a minestrone or something like that. Minestrone or something. No. 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 I don't know. Was there something I needed to give to Gaunt still? There's nothing here. Wait, maybe that's the video. You did mention something like a recording, right? Can I see it? Can I use the computer to take a look? No, 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 no. I might need a nudge. I might need a nudge on what I'm supposed to do here. I'm starting to blank out. The two options I can think of are I need to give something to Gaunt, or I need to give something. I need to get Marshall to show up, but it's clear that like the friggin' lasso. Yeah, it's silly. No, I might need a nudge. I might need a nudge. It's got to be Gaunt, because no one else is going to give me anything here, I think. Maybe I just talk to him again? Oh! Did that pop up when I got the lost item thing? Is that what happened? I didn't notice. Oh, I'm an idiot. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Uh-oh.
The temperature just dropped. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish old man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50. No problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go in the evidence room now, sir. Please don't, Meekins. Please don't. We already have one Meekins. We don't need a second. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Gotta get her out of here. Gotta save her. Okay, now can I go to the guard station? Thank you. Okay, do I need to use the door, examine the door again? I do. The evidence room is beyond the door. Happy Friday. Thanks, Van. Appreciate it. Good morning. And we have the ID card from Chief Gaunt. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partner. Well, well. Which made my Bambina's sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get it on, little doggy. Crime scenes are waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions? Sure, cowboy. I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy, then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. All right. Hope you're doing well, then. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina. I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter. I say a little prayer. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he's just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cranking on this investigation, pronto. All right, he's not gonna talk to me until I give him food. Here, I got you a steak. You big cowboy, here, have a steak. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Now we talk? All right, Bambina. You win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. All right, we got him to open up. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. That probably fits him pretty well, to be honest. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well,
I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Well, it's clearly through his ribs. Note, what path through his heart, through his stomach, and through the between the ribs. Note, he was riding down the Zippy on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take the machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak into next to your steak, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I like the broccoli. I don't like to, like, if it's too stewed, it's too scoggy. I get what he means. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books. It smells like a game of bad poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it, anyway? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, the case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago? The day of our case?
That's right. The evidence transfers.
Edgeworth was talking about that transferal too.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Oh, only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them just as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
That's the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID that passes through.
So we got a record here, 777777. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record's tied to the stabbing.
Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in the room. They're kept here in the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county severance department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 years ago. All right. If I present him Goodman's ID, is that what I need to show him? See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. 5:14 p.m. He was in there. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, we entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. All right,
Well, I think we'll wait because we got a lot of investigating to do still, it looks like. So I'm going to call it here because I'm also been going for like 4.5 hours. A bit of an extra long stream, but a fun one. I had a good time. But I'm thinking it's time for maybe to take a screenshot, apparently. But yeah, I think that's a good time. All right, we had a good time today. We had a good time. Did y'all have fun? Y'all have fun? I hope you did. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Beth, Digi, thank you guys. I hope we'll see you next Friday for more Phoenix. And on the Twitch side, Shizu, Van, Ashby, let's see, who Moogle, Galley, let's see, who else? Dreamer, Lenarl, Copy, Liven, I think that's everywhere I can see. Soup, how can I forget Soup? I think I got everybody. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with me tonight. I do appreciate it. So on the YouTube side, we're gonna say a nice fond farewell. But on the Twitch side, let's see if we can find somebody to say hi to. I think I know who we'll go and raid out to. Just give me a second here. Let's go say hi to Wool. Wool is playing Baby Steps. Wool is having a good time with some baby steps. We'll go say hi to her and be good. Let's see here. Howdy, partner. We'll do that for the raid message. All right, so tomorrow I'm gonna be we're gonna be walking with some Death Stranding, another kooky Kojima production. Hope I'll see you guys for that. As for now, I'm probably just gonna go and get some rest, some well-needed rest. Glad I could catch the stream off the work now. Have a good day at work, Beth. Thanks for hanging out with us. And thanks everybody for hanging out for me. But until then, next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Hey, Toku, itekimasu. See ya.